Alright guys, what's up everybody? Joe from JLW Games coming at you with another cool live stream number 2 of the day. Because we already live streamed earlier today. We live streamed some TCG Shop simulator, card shop simulator, and that went pretty well actually. I was pretty happy about that. And I know I wanted to work on Silver Dollar City as well, but a new mod came out for that game, so I wanted to check it out, and I figured why not stream it. So while I checked it out, and now we're back to the main event though, and that is the Silver Dollar City recreation, which we've been working on pretty consistently the last few days. Doing great, but anyways, welcome to the live stream. T-Seer Design, is it T-Seer Designs 80? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Only one in chat so far, so hope you're doing great. And welcome as we head into here. When we left off yesterday, we did kind of close up Wagon Works, which is you know, not the most accurate recreation of Wagon Works, but it is starting to look pretty nice. So having a blast playing through Pokemon Fire Red and a hard. Ooh, you know what I need to do? I need to start a playthrough of those classic games. Oh, that'd be so fun to play like Fire Red again. I would totally play Fire Red on the channel again. That would be amazing. I do need to light it up in here though. It's pretty dark. But that's not the case. We're not like too focused on interiors right now. I'm mostly just focused on getting everything here. Basically just getting everything in place and getting everything kind of done. So I think next we're going to kind of work on the pathways that lead into Midtown, which we're not working on Midtown, but yeah, I've checked out your recreation. It looks absolutely amazing. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, this is where we're at right now, and we are continuing it because I want to get done with Hill Street, because once we get done with Hill Street, which you can see we're actually filling it up pretty good, we will be able to move on to American Plunge and Wildfire, which I'm very excited for. So I'm hoping to get to those very, very soon. But what we have to accomplish still is I still have to do some finishing touches probably here on Wagon Works. We have to finish this little gap right here, which is still kind of open. We're got to connect these two pathways, which I do have all the references for this stuff. These two pathways together. That will lead us right into American Plunge right there. And we have to do the dining area, like the little area for Fried Fancy's seating area. You can kind of see the floor plan roughly right there where that starts. And then we have to do Lumber Camp, which is a fairly straightforward building. I don't think it'll be too long to build Lumber Camp, actually. And I got some good references to that, the waterfall. And then we're going to have to, we do need to finish up the saloon. We got the basic shaping. We still need to detail it more and get it done. But you can see we did get that powder keg sign, which turned out so cool. But welcome back again, Noah. Thank you so much for being here again. And then we have to get to... I do want to maybe get the fire in the whole original building. We're not going to build the ride, of course. We're going to build that ride. We're going to build the actual ride, which is over here. Kind of as... wait until we get over there to work on it more. But I did get some audio put together for Fire in the Hole, which I'm not working on it right now, but we do have something we can add to it. Just an audio, if you will. So if we go over here, we can actually add a park speaker just to get the atmosphere ready for when we do get to start working on this again. Anyways, is that a restaurant? Yes, there's a lot of restaurants on Hill Street. That's what we're going to have to deal with. So there is Wagon Works as a restaurant, Lumber Camp's a restaurant. Yeah, so there's a lot there. A lot going on there. All right, so we're going to change track, and we're going to do user media. Let's go ahead and refresh. Yep, there it is. And I got the Fire in the Hole cue music already in here as well. So we play that. You can hear Casey and the Attaboys. which is pretty cool. Now I don't know if their stuff is copyright free or if that is gonna flag, but it also has the Fire in the Hole theme as well that also plays. So I didn't want to play it for too long on stream. I don't want to get flagged for anything. So for copyright reasons, again, I'm not sure if it's copyrighted, but I don't like taking chances on that. So you should build the entirety of old Fire in the Hole. It would be fun. Maybe I'll do it later on, but like for the purposes of the recreation, I won't be doing it here. I did recreate it in Planet Coaster 1, so I did get it done, for the most part, got it done in Planet Coaster 1. Yeah, but it's nice. Why is the coaster so fast? I'm assuming that you've downloaded it, and oh yeah, it is going. No, it's not. It's just on the hill. I'm assuming that you have downloaded it and it's going fast for you. You got to remember that I'm using mods to accomplish what we're doing here. This park is going to be mod heavy overall, so you are going to need or be required to have like some of the mods and like no track limits and such, because what I have right here, I'm using the launch motors. I think these are launch pieces, like the launch, the actual launch drive tires, and you can only make them go so slow without the mod. So with the mod, I can make them go nice and slow. So that is the reason for that, and the reason why I'm using them is because they can be on at an angle as well. If you do the normal drive tires, you can't angle them like this. So this allows me to make it go through the layout. So, but yeah. Most people have been commenting on that they download it and that the coaster is going through the layout super fast. That is why. So yeah. But heard it was nothing footers, nothing else. Oh no, the ride's still in there. The old OG Fire in the Hole is still in there. They have not taken that thing apart. I know people have been in that building. The track is still in there. I think there's still a couple trains still there. They haven't really done much with it, as far as from what I've heard. They're mainly using it for storage right now. That building for storage, so like storing stuff. It had some like storage sheds and such also, so that continues to be used already. So yeah. So that's, let me in. You can try and get in, but the doors are locked, unfortunately, so you're probably not going to have a much luck getting in there. You want to walk around it. I probably could get in there if I wanted to, if I got... I'm sure I could probably get permission, maybe. That makes sense, it just was really confusing, and the coaster was so loud. Yeah, when I get the final recreation completely done, the whole file done, I will have those disclaimers that you will be required certain mods for it to run properly. Yeah, too much scaling and the no track limits are going to be two of the big ones. Everything else I don't think you'll need, at least for now, but we'll see. You get some cool pictures. Yeah, if you did get in, would you be able to film inside? I would have to get permission, but yeah. That would be up to the park, and I'm not sure if they would let me film in there, but yeah, I'm sure I could get permission to do some stuff. As for filming, I don't know if they want it to be seen by the public of what's going on in there right now. I don't know if anything's going on in there, really. Probably not, but yeah. Alright, let's get... I'm gonna push this forward a little bit. Push that a little bit that way. And that will kind of flow into Midtown. Someone's done it before. Yeah, but since it's closed, I'm not sure if anyone... some lady who works on the new fire... Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, that they don't work there anymore. I know who you're talking about. They don't work there anymore. But that was when it was an operation. So that's different. But it's not in operation anymore, so that's why I'm saying that. If it was still in operation, it'd be different. But I don't know if they're because it could be a mess in there right now. Probably, and most likely is a complete mess inside, so. What kind of coaster model would you like to be added to Planet Coaster 2? Because there's so many they could add. Right now, I think they need to return the Aero Suspended Coaster. Because that is no longer in the... that was in Planet Coaster 1, and we haven't gotten it back in Planet Coaster 2 yet. And I believe it's... I think it's one of those essential coasters that needs to come back, if you ask me. So I want to say Aero Suspended for right now. There's other coaster types that need to be in there, like obviously like the Raptor and different stuff like that. Let me bring my references up for this spot. I did get references for it. I gotta get my phone to cooperate. There we go. Oh yeah, I got a little stand on my phone that can prop it up on its own. That way I can see what we have to work with here. I feel like it'd be really cool to see the current state of it. Fire in the Hole 1.0, though I can understand why they wouldn't want it to be seen. Yeah, it's just... probably, again, and not looking great. So that's probably why they would choose not to allow it. Not saying they wouldn't allow it. I'm just saying they probably won't, but I'm just saying if they didn't, that'd probably be the reason why, because it probably just doesn't look good in there, so. Everything I would have to do would definitely need to be with permission, because I do work at the park, so I'm not trying to get fired. I'm sure everyone could understand that. Okay, so we need to start. We need to go on conforming, and we need to start getting this pathway in. But we need to make sure we're using the same thing here. I think we got just barely about the right enough room here to start getting these in here. There is a planter separating these two paths, but they do kind of conjoin together on the end here. Intersecting terrain. This is going to be tough because, again, when you're working with terrain here, it becomes very difficult in Planet Coaster. More so in Planet Coaster 1, but even in Planet Coaster 2, it can still be a little bit tricky to make this work with terrain. Because especially with the angles and hills that we're working with right now, it gets a little bit, you know. Heard some of the props were transferred. Absolutely, yeah, they were. They did move a lot of stuff over from the original to the current, so that is true. If you go to the first, you can actually find some of the, you can actually spot some of the original stuff. Too steep to even start it. Okay. Yikes. Okay, yeah, I've messed that up now. Alright, let's just push it out of the way. Smooth it out here. We can always pull it back up. So we're on conforming. If we go to ground, that will make stairs. I don't want to do that. Suspended. We don't want stairs. Automatic. Keeps wanting to make stairs. Let's see if we can try and use the conforming stamp. We'll go right here, but it's a little bit too steep right here, so we might actually need to delete a couple of these just to get it back on track. We might level this out a little bit so it's not too steep. Again, working with terrain is very difficult to work with. Very difficult to work with sometimes. This can go down further. There's plenty of building there that can cover that. Yeah, and then we're gonna push that down a little bit. Let's use a smaller brush here to get a little bit more of the details. What is Silver Dollar City? Is it more of a resort theme park or family theme park? Yes, to both. We actually have a resort being built right now that will open later this year. But it's more of a family park. It's a small, it used to be smaller, but like it's been growing a lot, and a lot of investments going into the park right now. So they're building their first resort, which will be right down the road. And yeah, it will be opening later this year. So it is gonna be kind of a resort. So kind of yes to both, honestly. But it is a family park, considered a family park. They really pride themselves on being a family park. Too steep at the beginning there. Maybe we can hit the smooth tool a little bit there, smooth that out. Maybe that will help. There we go. And just get some path flowing that way. That was my goal here. Get path going that way. And then we do have the floor plan here, which I'm not sure how accurate we are. We can't really see the path. So yeah, you can see right here, you can't really see it overhead. So we're going to have to like just kind of not really wing it, but like kind of interpret it ourselves a little bit here, which is fine because I know this area pretty well. And of course it's going to say it's too steep. All right. Well, it is actually placing that there, which is nice. This is going to be another challenge, getting it connected to Valley Carvers. The best coaster in the park is by far Outlaw Run, but some argue Time Traveler, but to me it's Outlaw Run. Those are the top two coasters there for sure. I think everyone can at least agree on that. Those are the top two. Bum 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 bum. I sense some bias. No, it's not really bias. I've worked at both. I've been the team lead of both. I was the opening team lead of Time Traveler when it opened. Do you know what Ride to Happiness? Oh yeah, I know Ride to Happiness. Now that might be better than than Outlaw Run, potentially. Because it's a little bit crazier than Time Traveler. And by a little, I've heard it's a lot crazier than Time Traveler. Really hard to smooth this out. This area is very difficult because Midtown's going to be very difficult because of the terrain in this area. It is very slanted, so. You're just using it as an example. Oh yeah, like Ride to Happiness, we have there's only two in the world like Ride to Happiness, and Time Traveler. And we have it here in Silver Dollar City. I actually got the station started, well I got the custom trains already built over here for Time Traveler, so. And it's got a 90-degree 10-story drop right out of the station. Time Traveler was the first, yes. Time Traveler came first. It was the OG. The original. Oh, that's the smooth tool. Alright. We'll fix that later. We just need to get path on it properly. That's what I'm worried about, is getting this path connected, because I feel like it's going to do the too steep thing right there. But once we get the path down, it's just a matter of getting in there. We might make this a real shop, too. potentially functional. Intersecting terrain, I know. Gotta be no fun. Alright, let's see if we can get this path connected. We can. Somehow, I'm very surprised that it did not throw a fit. More than it did. I'm actually going to delete that path because I do want to smooth this section out because I do want to fill that in with path as well. So let's see if we can... What are you doing? Why are you down there? What is this doing? Okay. Alright, well, we got it. We got it. That's fine. That will be fine. Is Time Traveler a spinning coaster, a launch coaster, or a ride like Hyperion? It's a spinning coaster. It's a launch spinning coaster. With a huge drop right out of the station. Like, it starts off on a drop. Like, that's the first element, is a 90-degree drop right out of the station. Nothing else like it, really. At least on the on that scale. There we go. That's actually looking pretty good right there. Alright, I think I got a couple of references by there. Let me see if I did. Could have swore I did. Like, more references, like, closer to the, Wood Valley Carvers. I swear I did. I remember taking a picture of it. Did I not? I could probably get a picture of Wood Valley easily, but online. I say that, but then I'll probably never be able to find it. Wait, is the honey store on the other side? It is? Wait a minute, I'm confused. No, that's different. That's different. Hold on. Yeah, it's up there. I see it. I see it. I got confused. I was like, that's not right. Wood Valley Carvers. It's one of my... It's actually probably my favorite shop. Probably my favorite shop at SDC is Wood Valley Carvers. It's got a lot of cool stuff. I love the wooden miniatures of a lot of the buildings at Silver Dollar City. I actually have one sitting on my shelf right now that I got from Wood Valley. It's the Outlaw Run entrance. It lights up and everything. It has the entrance with the gift shop, and it's a miniature, like an actual miniature of a recreation of the building. And they have a lot of different ones. They have Fire in the Hole. They have the OG Fire in the Hole. They have a few rides. They have a lot of different buildings. Like the Silver Dollar City Jail. They have Hannah's Ice Cream, I think. Just a lot of the different iconic buildings. They do have Wood Valley Carvers as well. But yeah. It is a pretty neat building. Pretty neat thing. Pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Alright, so we do have to make this and kind of connect that together. So let's get this kind of going. We need to make this planter that splits these two paths into two. and that will lead you into Midtown. How do you get floor plans? Because I use Canada for mine, and that's a good option. So I can't, without like actually giving like a full tutorial, it's not really a thing I can really say. Like, you have to go into Google Earth, there's a certain size you have to make a screenshot out of, and there's tutorials online, specifically C Creations, who's in the chat right now. He's made one, and I like to follow his personally. But basically, yeah, you just use screens and you get the images to the right size, and you kind of go about it that way. To put it simply, like, you just use Google Earth, take screenshots, and you utilize the sizing on that. So, like I said, the best way is to go and find a tutorial on it. I'm not gonna really, I can't really explain while I'm like doing this. I would have to show you, more or less, but yeah. Planet Coaster has trouble with terrain in the park. That's all terrain based. It is tough to work around terrain, however, it's way better than Planet Coaster 1. Way more improved than Planet Coaster 1, and less of a headache. It's still a little bit of a challenge at some points, but definitely not as bad. Sometimes it takes a minute to get figured out, but after you get it figured out, like, it doesn't take too crazy long to get figured out. So we're gonna get this in here. We're gonna pretty up Valley Carvers. Wood carvers there, and yeah, we're not gonna go too far into Midtown, because that's going to be all separate from this. So, but we need to make that transition, so at least Hill Street looks like it's more complete. So definitely made the path stuff better. Yeah, like the terrain. The thing with Planet Coaster 1 is using the path did not like to go with terrain. It was just a pain in the butt. But with Planet Coaster 2, and now that we have the conforming option, it makes it a lot less painful to use. That is for sure. Alright, those are looking good. We need to get the trees. There are some trees here that we need to utilize in here. We don't want to align to surface. We want them to stand upright. So I'm going to scale a good portion of these down and make them a little bit smaller. That one likes to... do we have any smaller ones? I know we have some even smaller ones somewhere. Yeah, lots of trees, and then we have to put some crates and barrels in there, of course. Or at least some crates, at the very least. I like to use, like, red crates often, too. Did you release Time Traveler on the workshop? I did. I do have a recreation on the workshop for it. I am going to redo it, though, however, because it wasn't very shape accurate to the real thing in this, so I am going to be redoing it again in here. I'm going to try and take some of the assets that I did do in that video, because like the train design and everything, I'm going to reuse that, and then some of the station stuff that I did. I am going to be reusing some assets that I did in that recreation, but like the layout I'm going to redo. Do I like pizza or pasta? I mean, both. Honestly, both. I just actually, before streaming, I just had some spaghetti. It was really good. I'm really good. That's like my specialty when I cook, is spaghetti and pasta. I'm I'm pretty good at making some pasta. Just saying. Not meaning to like brag, but I am pretty good at pasta. No, I love pizza as well. Like I could eat both of those every day. Eating pizza right now, there you go. I had pizza yesterday, so I had pasta and pizza back-to-back days. So like, if that answers your question, probably doesn't answer it, but like, yeah, I literally had both. All right, I'm gonna shorten this up just a little bit, so we can have a transition here. A more rounded transition. Ah, don't make stairs. Not stairs. See if I can just do that. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Alright, and we're going to continue the curbage over here, and then we're going to put those fences up as well. The fences that we see a lot. Add a smoky barbecue pizza. And oh, that does sound really good. That sounds fantastic. Actually. Heck yeah. I love all sorts of kind of pizza. Pepperoni. Sausage. All the weird ones too. I do love barbecue pizza. As well. And then there's the mac and cheese pizza that some places have, you know. Plain cheese. I'm fine with cheese as well, but like, man, I gotta put some toppings on there, you know? I need some toppings. I need a little bit more. That's me personally. I gotta get some more toppings on there. Alright, we're gonna go to this corner and kind of probably leave it there for the most part. And we need to get our handy dandy fence that we use on everything. I'm telling you, like, SDC uses this fence everywhere. Like, no exaggeration, either. It's gonna give us diagonal today. I was hoping it would not, but it is. Maybe it'll fix itself after a few pieces. I'm staying hopeful, but I'm doubting it. Come on. The good thing is that it's not meant to look perfect, because these these fences are very wonky. So it's very nice that we don't have to worry about it being very perfect. So maybe, in a way, it helps us. Not really, but... The signature 3 random wood piece fence. Yeah, like, it's like more like logs. Like, they're kind of like like, they're a fence, but they're, like, kind of made from, like, these little imperfect log pieces. So, you see them everywhere at Silver Dollar City, and in some parts of Dollywood as well. Like in Timber Canyon and Dollywood, like they have the same kind of fences as well. Oh my gosh, I am so tired of that extra thing they added in the advanced move tool. This, like, I never use it. All it does is ever mess up where I want my stuff to go. That's all it's ever done to me. And it's so easy to accidentally grab it too. I wish I could turn it off. Alright, our goal is just to get this part of the hill cleaned up and looking more finished. More than anything. Because that means we can move on afterwards. So I did get some references of this, so we might work on this as well. Mouth is watering because I really want pizza now. Probably with all this talk about pizza. We can stop talking about pizza. Probably should, honestly. Good thing I can zoom in on these photos to get a closer look at what I'm looking at. So we can accurately get the stuff in. Alright, we got the honey stand here. Honey, I'm home. Alright, and then this will go here and rotate it to the other side. Of course it did that. Honestly, tempted to just kind of do this number. Like so. But we do need to make a lot of these shops functional. That would be very handy for us to do, because that way it will attract guests down here, and we can get some guests actually walking and flowing down here, so. So if you want to duplicate the piece on the front train, put it on the back, miles away from the train station. Crossroads Pizza. Oh yeah, Crossroads is gonna be over there. I might use that one that the one person made, because they made a recreation of Mystic River Falls and they had Crossroads in there. They did a really good job on it. Alright, so that is gonna start coming together. I think, gotta see if I made, because there's some stuff back here. I don't think it's connected, but there is like a little seating area, I think, back there. Pretty positive. Going the wrong way here. Oh, there's nothing there. I thought there was. Yes, this is on the other side of the honey stand, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna have some issues with this, because, like, there's a whole, like, section right here, but I didn't give myself much room for it, unfortunately. But there's like another spot of the honey stand here, actually, that I did not build for some reason. There's supposed to be some space there for that as well, but I didn't leave much. I think I made Wagon Works a little bit too big. I think that was the main thing, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't care that much, because this area is, it's not gonna really matter all that much. I know I'm trying to make the most accurate recreation as I can, but I really don't want to have to redo everything. So we're gonna avoid redoing everything. And if I want to go back and revisit it and upgrade it, maybe we will, but at some point. But I'm content with just kind of just making this look nice and just working with that, you know. Which is fine. And I know that's not, you know, we need these ones. I know that's not the greatest thing in the world, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it matters too much. For a spot like this, the spot isn't that essential to get that accurate. Of course, I want it to be accurate, but I don't want to say it didn't do a great job on Wagon Works, but Wagon Works is probably the most inaccurate building I've made so far to this point. Like, it doesn't, when I say that, it's not bad, but it's a little bit too big in some spots overall. So, and it's just such a weird building. I kind of struggled with it, so. But as long as I can detail it enough to make it look passable, where people won't even say anything, you're not going to get a lot of people going to Wagon Works. I'm like, I'm going to look up to see if this looks exactly right. Not many people are going to do that. Now, when it comes to like the rides and coasters, maybe. But like when it comes to like that, most people aren't even going to really bat an eye. They're just going to be like, oh yeah, that's Wagon Works. That's where Wagon Works. So that somewhat looks like Wagon Works. Same with like this. It's a little seating area that I don't really have room for. I might put a little bit over here, but like there's supposed to be like a whole thing around here, but I'm not gonna worry about it that much. I can't be bothered, if that makes sense. Yeah, y'all are gonna judge me now, aren't you? I see how it is. It's okay. You can go ahead and judge me. It's fine. But it's either like go with the flow with what I have or completely redo everything right here. For such a detail that no one's really going to notice. If you ask me, I don't think anyone's going to care that much. Those fountain drinks behind there. Oh yeah, right over here. Yeah, because it's like downstairs where like none of the employees are, and it's like super easy to just get drinks from there. You're not wrong. Alright, so we're gonna kind of make this our own. We're making Silver City look the way we want to make it look ourselves. How about that? Now we're gonna make this go around here. Again, I'm not gonna go too far this direction. We just need Hill Street to look good. That's the main thing. Because we're focused on Hill Street, not right outside Hill Street. As long as this section, like the transition, looks okay. Alright, well, let's go to the honey stand, and I actually do want to put a facility in here. Again, I want to make this all as functional as possible. As for the honey, I don't know what would be the best stand for it. Latte Love. Or should we just put a gift shop? It's closer to a gift shop, I would say, more than anything. Looney Balloons, Just a Memento, or Hat's Fantastic. I mean, we could probably just slap a Just a Memento in here, and it would be fine. Alright, we're not going to do conforming, we're going to do suspended. Basically, we're going to place this path up here. I don't know how well this is going to work. We need to get that stand in there, so I got to place a path in here. And hopefully somehow get it connected as well. Alright, we want it to face that way, but it's a little bit too close there, so we're going to push it forward a bit. Thought it was just a memento. Why is a hat? I thought it was... Did I click on Hats Fantastic instead? We want just a memento. Alright, we'll put enough in there for an employee to be able to stand behind it. And then we need to somehow connect this path with this path. That's going to be the tricky part. This is not going to want to do it, probably. If I do that, does it work? Are those paths now connected? It looks like they are. I don't know. I just need to look at the path here. Alright, there is a path, but it made it flat with the ground. Let's see. That's neither here nor there. If I try to replace this, it's not going to want to replace, probably. Because that is now not really ideal. Blend conforming. I don't know what this would do. It's probably not gonna. It would not work. It's just not gonna work. If I do it that way, only thing I'm trying to get this to pull up to connect upwards to it, but it's not wanting to do that because if I do connect it, it's just kind of it wants to conform this over here, and I don't want that conformed. Really, so where's the path at? I need a visual of the path. That's what I need. So I can actually see the path. Go. So I can see how the path is looking, or what it's doing. Ooh, should you make some buildings from? So I mean, if you want to. Try to think. Pepperoni store tasted very different from the regular hand. It's pretty good. I made Bluey roller coaster or Planet Coaster too, and it's on the workshop. That's cool. Is it like an actual recreation of the real one? See, we can take this. It does want to snap to that. That's fine. We can take this side. Just this point. See if I can snap it up here. I want to snap it. But I don't think it's connected. That's the problem. What the heck are these mystery mine supports? Are you having issues with them? Are you actually working a lot on it now? Since I challenged you to see who would get finished first. Are we actually racing now? Alright, that snapped over there, which isn't the worst thing, but I don't like how rigid this is now. It's kind of like, let's see if we can fix it. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. The only other solution is just to lower it down, I think, to the same level as that path. And then it will just kind of automatically go with it. Alright, we'll probably pull this back up, but I just want to... I just want to connect this. I wanted to get it as close as possible. I'm spending way too much time on this, by the way. At least I feel like I am. But yeah, it's okay. Had to imagine the queue line, what it would be. Yeah, sometimes you gotta wing it. Like with certain things, you gotta kind of just leave it up to imagination and just make it look nice. Can I get this piece connected? That's the question. That's connected. That is totally connected. And it doesn't look half bad. Alright, I think I'm going with that. I think we're going with that. Which means I do need to move this back, or move this again. I don't care. We're doing it. No path. What do you mean no path? You're literally sitting on a path. Oh, there it goes. I was about to say, don't you do that to me. Alright, we might be able to lift this up a little bit, so we can see some of those beautiful details that I made. Like so, and it's gonna be quite functional now. I just want to make more stuff functional, you know? That's what I want to do. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting some stuff arranged here for my references. Cool. Similar to a double barrel, like except crazy laterals and just banking, the stupid element has the strangest shaping ever. Well, that's fantastic. I like that for you. At least you don't have to deal with like the terrain I have to deal with here. I mean, there's terrain in Dollywood, but nothing like freaking Silver Dollar City, man. At least your park's not built completely on one big hill. Silver Dollar City is literally just on one big hill. If you think about it. The top of the park is at the top of the hill, the bottom of the park is at the bottom of the hill. It's literally just a big hill. SDC literally gets its negative reviews that it does get is because of how it has so many hills. It's like, what are we supposed to do about it? Like, people actually complain about it too, which is funny. I think I'm just gonna leave this like this, and then just put some foliage in it, and I think I'm gonna call it passable. If we ever want to come back and redo it to make it a little bit more realistic, we can, but for right now, no one will ever know, and we're going to throw a tree in there too for good measure. Saying, yeah, that's Silver Dollar City. That looks just like Silver Dollar City. There's a tree there. There's a tree. But yeah, I'm basically just trying to make stuff look finished and more finishing touches. People can't just walk up the hills. Yeah, but they complain about there being lots of hills, you know. Remember, this is America. People don't like exercise that much. Alright, that is starting to look a little bit more passable. We got some honey. And all looking good here. We got Cowboy Jeps right here, which I don't have pictures of, but I probably should have got pictures of because, like, yeah, I put the building in, but I didn't really detail it that much or do much with it yet, so that's something I did not do. But it should be easy enough to get this connected with this path, like, very easy enough. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. You had top and bottom braces put in, it hurts. I've never had braces before. They recommended them to me and I said no. And my teeth kind of straightened out naturally on their own, almost. They're still not perfect, but like, I didn't see the need of it. I was just like, my teeth are fine the way they are. I didn't want to go through all that. Alright, should we get started on this? Yeah, when I was growing up, the dentist said I needed them, and we decided not to. It's like, I better get started on a little bit of this water work here. Don't really want to, but we're gonna get a little bit. Probably do a little bit of it. There are all the fountain jets. Paint drop, paint splash. Rising steam. Steam. It's the bottom ones right here in the middle, I think, yeah. But this is gonna trail all the way down here. We're still going to add more and more detail to this, I think. But we're just going to get this started. It doesn't have to be perfect yet. We're just getting it started. The one cool water feature. Exactly what it is. There's a lot of little stuff like this at Silver Dollar City. Little water trails and such like that. It goes all the way down to the bridge down here that we made the other day. American Plunge needs its water, though. Look, there's people using the bridge. Look at that. need to fill this little gap here somewhat. Only bad part about it is the water looks like it flows a little bit too fast, but not too much we can do about it. That's just what we got in. Why are we? What's with the Shrek thing? No, we're not doing Shrek again. Not again. Not in this. Not in this park. All right, we do have some guests actually starting to walk down Hill Street though, which is pretty cool. I did make Wagon Works functional. There is a actual restaurant in here. Just needs some lights and such. And a little bit of touch-ups on the interior, but gotta go now. I got a friend live stream a part of, so yeah, I'll see you later. Thanks for joining, Noah. Appreciate you. Hope you enjoyed what you did get to see, so. And yeah, have a good time. Alright, why don't we connect the backs here? I do kind of, while we're over here. Alright, this is literally right at the bridge. So, watch out, cat. At least that's what I see there. Oh, hey. So we got like two kind of branching pathways. One kind of leads to the observation bridge to American Plunge, like the overhead bridge where you can like watch people go down the drop. And then the other one kind of leads down towards the furniture store, basically right there. It's probably the one we're going to be focusing on the most right here. And then there's another building at the corner here, another little stall. So many different shops and stalls at Silver Dollar City, so it kind of makes it interesting. Alright, so let's see if this is going to be... Just smooth the heck out of this. See if it will allow us to just make this path easy peasy, hopefully. Of course not. Of course it's gonna have spots where it says it's too steep. Sometimes you can work around it though, like if I go there, that's fine. And then we are gonna have that shop literally on the side there, and I'm probably going to, we just mainly want to successfully get down here. And right at the end, it's gonna say, nah, too steep. Even though it's not that any steeper than the rest of it, if you ask me, but hey, we got a path leading down there. So that's all that matters right now. Let's see if I can get all that smoothed out. We're also going to see if we can shrink this down a bit and make it narrower. Which we can, but it did make a stairs here, which we don't want. Oh, there we go. Don't do that. And then the other path is gonna head straight down towards American Plunge. Get rid of these stairs. Come on. We don't need stairs. We'll figure that out. And sweet. Alright, going closer to here. So this goes down to this bridge, and then there's another way to get up to the bridge from this way as well. So I don't know if I want to make that bridge yet, because it's kind of part of American Plunge, but maybe I kind of do because it's part of American Plunge. So I do have this building, this little stall at the corner here of here. So let's actually copy existing texture. We're going to do that and try and get all this connected. Of course, it's going to have to do lines because it's a different save, so you got to have the lines. Of course. Kylo, you better lay it down, because you can't see here. I can't see. Your entire body is in the way of my monitor, man. And this is Ozark Apple Cider. That's the stand that we're about to make. It's a very small stand, so very easy, very small. Should be easy. It would be easier if I could see. The cat's in the way. Lay down, dude. Either lay down or move. Well, that's your options here, man. He's refusing. Here, you want to be on my lap? That's fine. That's fine. He is such a big baby. Big baby cat. Hopefully we can keep the frame rates higher on this bark. At least I hope so. Alright, we do have a slanted roof on top, which we will... In here, it's very gradual, but it's going to go like that. I think the front side is a different color, though. Yep, and the side. The one thing, they always have, like, different colors and all that stuff. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Is that the same building? Or is that that? No. I end up always somehow confusing myself when doing these things. There's no way. That's way over there, so that's got to be the same building. It's got to be. That must be the back of it, so it must be wider than I think. So there must be like this kind of number. Figuring out how much you want to binge a show, but you don't want to overdo it. I mean, if you're binge watching it, you know, is there even the question or a way to do that, accomplish that? Okay. We need the storefronts. One here, and yeah, we'll just do 2 storefronts. Hey, what's up, Fury? How's it going? Appreciate y'all being here, guys, today. Hope it's been real. Ah. I was kissing my cat, just so you know. He's laying on my... Not really laying, but he's sitting on my lap. Judging everything I do. And why are there stairs? We don't need stairs. Get those out of here. Oh dear goodness. Okay, that's something there. Now can I get rid of these that it decided to create? So bizarre how it creates stairs sometimes. It's just like, I don't want those. Why did you make those? Usually making them wider will get rid of them. Oh, that worked. Oh, go back. No, right there. Now, don't mess it up. There we go. There we go. Was the side of it right up against it? Or kind of, yeah. And then from here, it uses the fences, the railings, and all that stuff. Ah. Ba-da-da-da-bum. After this, we'll probably do maybe lumber camp and that. I don't know which one we'll do first. Haven't really decided yet. Ah, bonk. Why are you rotating that way? Why is that the only option for rotation? Don't make no sense. Alright, I did get a picture of the side of this building, so I could get the details of it there. And guess what fence it uses over here? You guessed it. Gonna be a recurring thing throughout the entire park. Probably make these a lot lower. That's more like it. Bum, 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 bum. There's actually a point where it doesn't have any curbs here. And like it's just path and then that's it. Like no curb, no nothing. I hate when it does that so much. I'm trying to blend this so it just kind of disappears into the ground. Dog's an absolute maniac right now. Sorry having to deal with this puppy is a nightmare. Your dog's was attacking you? Yeah, my cat is like just a menace. How I'll describe it. Hey, it's actually doing what it's supposed to this time. when the rotation is correct. What's up, Ryan? Oh, now it's... As soon as I say that, it goes away. Now it's diagonal. Yay! Darn thing. His name is Kylos. Kylo, not Carlos. Just because Eric called him Carlos. It makes these rotations so hard. I'm back behind Cowboy Jeps right now. We're connecting the... This is the knife shop. Connecting this to back over by the furniture store. So American Plunge would be right over here. Is it back to normal again? Can't make up its darn mind if it wants to be correct or not. Yep, we're just trying to get all of Hill Street detailed and finished going down. That way we can get to the fun part, which is rides. I don't know how long I'll stream tonight, but I'd love to get it done tonight. After we get done with this, we still have to do the seating area and the waterfall and lumber camp. That's the big part that we still have left. That's the only big thing we have left. We still got to finish the saloon. Saloon still needs some detail. After we get that, we can do the exterior of the old fire in the hole. That's all we have to do. And then we'll be done with phase 3. I probably should detail some of these buildings a little bit more, though. Like, I literally didn't do anything here. Same with Cowboy Jeps and the jewelry store here. They need a little bit more detail. I don't think it'll take too long, though, to do those. And just kind of get the paths kind of more better. Opera House I'm going to do on a different phase. So I'm going to do that when I do Powder Keg, which is going to be in 2 phases. So next phase is going to be American Plunge and Wildfire. That's going to be phase phase 4. And then Powder Keg will be phase 5, which I'll throw the Opera House in with it right there because it's going to be over in that area. So we're going to do Opera House then. But for Hill Street, I'm doing the very top all the way down through Fire in the Hole. OG Fire in the Hole. And everything around this path. That's what we're focused on right here. I got my whole plan on how I'm getting this done. Why can't I zoom in? Oh, there we go. I was like, I can't zoom. So yeah. But I'm so excited to get started on American Plunge and Wildfire. Because we haven't done any rides yet in the build. And that is going to be... You know, the fun part is actually putting together rides. And we're going to do a lot of rides once we start doing rides. Like, we're going to be doing American Plunge and Wildfire in the next phase. Phase after that is Powder Keg. That's going to take some time. Because there's so much to do on Powder Keg. I remember in the Planet Coaster 1 recreation, I did all custom supports. It was a nightmare, but it came together. And I'm excited. I am excited to tackle it, though. It's going to look so good. We're going to even have the transition of tracks. Now, Wildfire will be pretty good and fun to do. And I think it'll be pretty easy. It's a very... What are we doing? What the heck was that? It's a pretty easy layout with some very easy elements to replicate. And then we'll obviously custom support it as well. And... yeah, the trains don't need to be super detailed either. They're fairly generic for the most part. I might do a little bit more than what we already have done. Right now I just have the Silver Dollar City logo on them, and that's about it. which is over here. I already got it in the spot. But yeah, there's not much. I might add some details to the Zero car to make it look more like the Zero car, like detail-wise. But yeah, I used the B&M sit-down trains in Planet Coaster are more designed, more resemblance of Incredible Hulk, Kumba, where your feet actually touch the floor. Wildfire's trains are very unique. They're kind of like floorless trains with a floor, basically. It's very interesting. They're not like normal trains. And I had different ideas of potentially using the floorless coaster and then like adding onto it with scenery to make it more like Wildfire. But the problem is we obviously don't have a floor in the station. Well, we have the ones that drop, but basically my idea was to create an actual floor on the train, since you can attach scenery pieces. But the main problem with this is there's no Zero car like Wildfire. Wildfire has a Zero car. And Wildfire's trains are also kind of resemblance of a hypercoaster train in Planet Coaster. So we use the hypercoaster train. Like the Zero car is very close to like that. But the main problem with this one is it has lap bars instead of over-the-shoulder restraints. So, yeah. So ultimately, I'm thinking about just sticking with the sit-down trains and everything the way it is right now. Because everything else doesn't really fit. Wouldn't fit that well, and I think this is fine, So, like, I could create my own over-the-shoulder restraints, but... Because I know some people that actually use this as, like, for that, but I'm just like, no, it needs... To me, it needs the over-the-shoulder restraints, but it'd be very awkward because it would had both over-the-shoulder and lap bars, because I can't hide the lap bars. They're just going to be there, because those are the actual lap bars on the train. So I figured I feel like even though their feet would be against the floor, to me it's an inaccuracy that doesn't matter too crazy amount, you know? As long as the trains are the same style and color, I think this will be fine. And it is technically a B&M sit-down, but it just has such unique trains that I don't think you're going to be able to replicate it in any situation unless they made like a specific train designed specifically for it, you know? And I don't think there's a way to really do that. What is this store, by the way? Blended frozen beverages. Okay. That's what it is. Alright. I've never actually noticed what it is before, so we need to get some... maybe the milkshake stand? Be good. You can also do Pip Shot. Or Slush Hour actually would be perfect, because it's slushies. So, like, blended frozen beverages. Yeah, that kind of fits the bill. Yeah, we're gonna do that, and then in the other one we could probably do something else as well that would work. And the other one we could probably do like shakes and such as well, so we can kind of do both. Or do Pip Shot, I don't know. Pip Shot might work well too. Pip Shot. We need to make a lot of the stuff functional. I want guests to come down into these directions, because we do have the park kind of operating right now. To kind of get that testing with guests as we go, because you can see we already have guests are walking around and doing all that stuff, so. Looking pretty nice. We have 185 people in here, so once we get the rides started and open, that's when it's gonna get going here. That's when things are gonna heat up. So. Alright, now that we got that in here, let's go ahead and edit building. We're going to do an extension. Find an extension piece to the roof. I believe they exist. Or do they? Maybe not to the outside. Actually, I don't think they do. I don't think these pieces that I'm thinking exist. So we're just going to have to... Fine. Do it myself. We're actually probably going to have to split from building. which is fine, and just I just need it slightly overhanging. And we'll do the same to the other side. Just a slight little overhang. Put that in there, split from building. And we don't want fighting texture, so we'll just raise and slash lower it just a little bit. And that will be that. Now let's edit back to this building and just add a couple of quick details to it. Do align to surface. Give this a little bit of a border. And go from there. These kind of have like that white creamish color. Use that a lot on your buildings, so I'm only going to be able to select that, aren't I? The roof. Even though I'm just trying to select... Yeah, that is not going to let me select that. Not easily anyways. But if you're a pro like me, you can get her done. You have ways of getting it done. Just like that. And what is this? Why am I way over here now? I don't know. As long as I can get this in the right spot, that's all that matters. Okay, and then we're going to continue this on the front. That's pretty good. Now I gotta select these again. Not to worry about the roofs because they're not part of the building, technically. Sweetness. Alright, that is a good start, but let's grab another one of these. We're gonna shrink it down a little bit. Just give it a little bit of decoration. I'm gonna go to our roof here actually and find that extension. I think it's this one. Nope. That one's too steep. That one's perfect. Edit this building. Do the same thing. Just on the end. Whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. There we go. Just so it has that little overhang that we want. Probably should put it over here too. Edit this roof and this one. Why are those fighting? No fighting. Good news, the comfort collars for Tigress, Electric Eel, and Tempesto are gone. Ooh, nice. Sure, those would be a lot more comfortable now. I love that they're called comfort collars. That's just funny that that's the name of them. I just find that a little kind of humorous, you know? Alright. We should probably get some trees and foliage and some other stuff in here. Yeah. Paint it up to look a little closer to the actual thing. Get the right textures and such like that. Let's get some trees in here. I want to get a lot done today. Okay, that's what I want to do. I really want to get a lot done in a short amount of time. Not necessarily like, again, not like speeding through it and not paying attention to details. I'm just wanting to get, I want to do it, or actually get a lot of production done is what I'm saying. Like, that's what I want to do, is a lot of production out of the stream. So we can get it going. So we can keep going. We can really get moving on to those rides. Can you stop trying to get attached to other scenery groups? I don't want you to do that. Yeah, we're just gonna fill this in. Yeah, there's some flowers in there. Why not? There's some flowers in. There's not really a lot of bushes here, but I just want to fill in the space so it doesn't look so bare. Because in Planet Coaster, it just looks a little bit too bare. Overall, so. Alright. It's come together. Gets me a little bit excited. Alright, so right across from here, there is the stairway to heaven. No, I'm just kidding. It's just a stairway to the... stairway to the bridge for American Plunge. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. Maybe if we go suspended. This is going to be hard because of the terrain that is in our way. Let's see if we can push it down a little bit and see. It's just hard going from here to up there, you know, because it's really got to make a big thing there. So let's just see if we can do this, trying to ignore a little bit of the terrain here and see if it's even possible to get that where we want it. Alright, let's try and place a flat path just near it with a little bit of a gap and see if it's allowed to make that transition. That's the thing, is getting that transition from flat to there is the tricky part. See, that's not going to work, but we can use the tools here. It's not going to want to let us do that. So let me pull this down to it, though. Okay, so that's something. We could probably work with this. Let me see if I can make this as small as it will. See how small it will let me go. But I need to get it level to more easy, more or less being able to create this stairway. There's our stairway. We're gonna have to make it much skinnier. Now this stairway is going to be going over the American Plunge trough, basically. I'm trying to get this to snap, but it doesn't want to. I think you can go this way. I think there's one more stairway there. Think so anyways. And the American plunge track will go underneath it. Go in between there, or does it go under it again? Let me see if I can see from a different angle. Yeah, that's a bridge right there that the track goes underneath. That the American plunge track goes underneath. That goes around. Okay. Getting a little bit of that figured out. So this needs to lead us to over here. So I might need to go more to the left. I do. With this path. Oh, we're talking about that Mosasaurus roll, huh? Love that inversion. Probably my favorite element on any coaster of all time. Not probably, it is. See, this is the hard, kind of tough part. We need to probably get the terrain proper here, because this is where the American plunge drop and splashdown will be. Over here. I'm on the wrong tool. That's why it's not working. I was like, I need to be flattened to foundation. Because this will all be American plunge. I keep forgetting that I need to go into... Make sure that I'm in the right spot here for... Oh my gosh, you can see how far off I am, I think. Because here's the... I think that's the observation deck right there. So we need to go way over that direction. I keep forgetting about the floor plan, mostly because, like, there's so many parts that I can't use it on. But yeah, you can see where it's at right there. Okay, we can fix this. That honestly will probably be better anyways. So I'm going to take this and we're going to move it. To more so represent American plunges drop over here. Don't know if I want to move that. I might want to only do this part. But I want to stick to it as much as I can, so we're going to try and get it in the right spot. Because that's American Plunger Splashdown right there. Now, I know it's way too big right now, and I'm aware of that. We're going to shrink it down, but I just want to get everything connected first. Very properly, and then we'll get it where it needs to go. Gonna probably move that. So what I'm gonna do actually is we're gonna delete this path. I knew it sucks because I'm probably gonna have to redo that, but a little bit. It's gonna want to make stairs, but we don't want to. Actually, see if we can raise this up a bit. That might help. And we're going to copy existing texture. You didn't copy the texture. Gotta do that first. But I didn't. Alright, let me see. We can go a little bit lower. The hardest part with terrain is just tying everything together. And then making sure the terrain forms around it and all that fun stuff. It's, not gonna lie, not that fun. Most of the time. The fun stuff isn't always that fun. That shop's gonna be in the way now too. It's gonna be a pain in the butt. Need a smaller brush. Here's the hard part, getting all these three connections connected. All these 3 points connected. That's the tough part. And then we're also gonna have a ride going through here as well, so you gotta make sure there's a big enough opening for that. And, you know, there's a bridge over here and all that fun stuff. So we gotta go over here and then make that bridge, or that stairway as well, and then get that connected. That's the tough part about all this, is connecting everything coherently and in a way where everything's gonna cooperate, because things don't like to cooperate. That's just not how it works. And then when you do get it to connect, sometimes you're gonna run into stuff like this, where you have like awkward stuff like the path kind of turning into like stairways when you don't want stairs, because obviously we don't want stairs here. We want just regular path. But then you get into the point where it's like, is it possible to even make this like that? So maybe we delete that and create our own way here. See, we started up a lot higher, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. But this is going to be a lot thinner, so maybe I can do that. Let's try that first. We're going to make this stairway much smaller. By pulling this over here. It's not going to let me. There we go. But now we have a little bit more space to work with here. And now we need to go into the terrain, because this is all, like, rough. I just want to get this path connected. Just let me do it. See, we need it to connect by here. And it's always too steep. Always ends up being too steep. And then if I like commit to this over here, it's gonna be difficult also, but if I get it over here, it's gonna be tough to get connected to the stairs, so. Again, very tough to get it right, or get this to work, but it would be 50,000 times more tough in Planet Coaster 1. I gotta remember that. Still remember that. This is a dream compared to Planet Coaster 1. funny part is I had this down here. We're not gonna go suspended. Maybe I need to go conforming to, okay, never mind. It doesn't want to do that. We're gonna go ground. Perhaps we can get rid of this as a stairs, because we don't want it to be stairs. That's also the toughest part. Like, this probably could work if these just weren't stairs. Okay, that's not gonna work. See, those, it's just too steep here is the problem. Because it wants to make it into stairs because of how steep it is. Alright, I got maybe a tiny bit of a different approach here. Don't know if it's gonna work, probably not. We'll give it a try. That's... can go there, and then if we can make a smooth enough transition here. Make it smooth enough. Let's get the smooth tool out. And make it just light enough. See, the shop's in the way now, so it's kind of making that tough. See, when you're trying to do paths, you have to do such, even the shortest width of path is tough because of this. It's probably going to be stairs though, even if I do get this in here. Probably going to make it into stairs. There's a spot there that is there. I'm just going to keep clicking it, maybe I can get it, but probably not going to work. Another way is to do this. We probably should be doing conforming or ground. Ground's probably a decent one to try. If we get close enough, we might actually just be able to do this. Gotta remember to use all my tools. I learn stuff new every day, so the more I work with it, like, look at that. We're not done yet, though. But that is the closest we've gotten so far. So far. I know this is probably not the most fun to watch, but bear with me. And then another challenge is getting all this connected. As well. With there being a shop there, it's going to be a lot more difficult. We're going to have to bring this to it. We can't bring the bottom up. We're going to have to bring this down to it. Alright, that worked. That's all connected. Alright. Even if it's not 100% perfect, I don't care. That's fine. I'm okay with that result. Because now if I do merge, okay, we're on merging settings, and we'll just do ground. We probably should do conforming, actually. The way that reacted. And we're gonna get lines, of course, because it's so dumb. because it's a different time of the day. It's a different time of us working on this, so we gotta create lines. I'm pretty sure it didn't used to do that. Like, that's all, like, since last update kind of thing. There's a way to fix it, but it's very obnoxious. And it's a little bit time consuming. You basically got to go over all the path and do it like it's new. Like it's possible, but it's just obnoxious. But you can see we got that bridge kind of started though. Which is important. Alright, so we're gonna go down here. There is going to be a bridge at some point where the ride goes underneath this. Which I think we'll make kind of like right here. This will go towards the exit of the ride. We might have to re-angle this again. That's okay. It is going to be, makes sense that it's going to be like this. That will be the bridge that goes under. Alright, we need to smooth out this path though, because we're going to be switching to conforming, or ground actually, the ground setting. And hopefully we can make it work, and it's not too steep. Hey, what's up, J-Trains? How's it going? Curve, suspended, automatic. Automatic might actually be fine too. Okay. That worked. Technically worked. But boy, that was a little bit challenging, for sure. Definitely a bit on the challenging side. But, we're always up for the challenge, aren't we? Alright, so with this, we still need to go over here and make this all thinner, because this is not this big. Carefully make it about half the size. Actually, not that small. Maybe about... Why are you making... Why? Just why? Why are we doing that? Why? There's no rhyme or reason to that, but okay. Alright, we're gonna go all the way up here. I'm gonna make all of this small. Try and make it all smaller. Don't know why it thinks it needs to do that, but it does. It's a bridge. A difficult one to build at that. Because again, we are going to have the American Plunge go through here, and then it's going to come around this direction at the end of the ride. So I'm setting things up for American Plunge here. That way we don't have to mess with this bridge then. And then there's another one coming down here. Let's get the floor plan up to help us out. Alright, so you can see the path of American Plunge right here. It's gonna go this way and that way. And then we have the bridge in the correct spot, and then there's another, I believe, another way to get down on this side. But I'm trying to remember if it's angled or not. Or if it just goes at a 90-degree angle, or if it's just go like that. I'm not sure. We might be able to get lucky to find a photo of this. Surely there's a photo of American Plunge at Super City where we can find that spot. Most of it's going to be of the drop. A lot of it's going to be on that bridge, taking photos from that bridge. But I need to see... one shows a little bit... It's got to be somewhat angled. It's got to be. Oh, here's a good shot of it. I can see it. It is angled, yes. I can see it from this shot. It's angled. I just wanted to see the stairway coming from this way down to there. And it is angled. You're creating a park owned by Sword Art City, so I'm assuming you're making a park that is inspired a lot by like a Herschend park, basically. Why is it temporarily closed? Because it was probably taken during the winter. Or like during Christmas season or something. Where the park wasn't open. That's probably why. The park probably wasn't open. Most likely. I was gonna say, this isn't winter. The trees aren't completely bare. Might be around fall, maybe? Now I need to figure out how I'm going to get this angle. We could pull this back like that and get our angle ready. Create the angle from the bridge. That's what we're trying to do, create the angle that we want to create. Ooh, it's gonna need to go base. It's gonna have to be that long, but we're gonna shrink it down though too. That's something to remember. We gotta shrink. We're gonna be shrinking it down. So keeping that in mind, make this bigger. So what I meant basically is we're gonna take all of this and basically shrink it down. I don't want that selected. I just want the stairway selected. It seems such a long stairway for it, because it's not that long in real life. We also got this path we gotta place in, and yeah, all that fun stuff. Now we could mess with it a little bit. Could mess with it a little bit and make a little bit of a gradual terrain change from here to here. Very gradual. That way it will make that walkway much smaller and shorter. Because I think there actually is a little bit of a change here. It's not drastic, but it is a little bit there, you know. Oh, this is difficult to get it all connected. Go back to the point where we did that. That's not gonna work. Maybe I should just keep it long. I don't know. I don't think it's that long. It's definitely not that long. It's pretty steep, though. You know what I mean? It is kind of steep. Definitely not... Because, like, Planet Coaster won't let me go that steep with the walkway, so... It just won't work. It's just not gonna let me do it. So, in essence, it just kind of gets in the way more than anything. Making it a little bit more difficult to make it work. But it might just have to be something we deal with, kind of, you know? More than anything. Okay, well, did you have to get up while I'm doing this? Yeah. Well, you just gotta turn around. There you go. We'll make it work. That's my answer. But we're not going to focus too much on that because, again, that's going to be in the next phase, so... But my next focus is going to be on this dining area. Which I do have references for. I actually got a good shot of it from right over here, looking at it this way. So we can use that to our advantage. I'm going to go to our roofs, and we're going to go to the iron pieces, and I'd say it's probably the medium steepness more than anything, and we're gonna lighten this up a little bit. Oh, that's just gonna be change the color of that, and that's it. But this is exciting. We'll get this started. Definitely got two pieces here. That piece kind of overhangs. It goes further on, which is quite interesting. Where are you going? Alright, I'm gonna move it just a bit over here. Rather this edge be correct more so than that edge. And then these two are gonna extend out a little bit further. Kind of like that. Because that's how it's designed, so we're gonna stick to that. The OG fire in the whole part of phase 3. No, it'll be, yeah, it will be part of this phase. Yes, phase 3. That will be like the last thing we do is build kind of like that building over there, because it's at the very end of this street. So this is a pretty, when you really think about it, this phase might be one of the biggest that we've done so far, because there's a lot of buildings, a lot of restaurants, and a lot of stuff going on over here. So overall, like there is a lot going on over here. Always impossible to select those wall pieces because it always just wants to select roofs over everything. So like if you want to select these pieces, it's so hard. Just makes it so hard for no reason. And then it still selects the roofs. Honestly, just easier to go in here and click on it rather than try and copy one over. That's gonna be the easiest way to do it. Yeah, that's how that works, and it's a fairly simple cover right here. Like, it's got some thick support pieces here, which we could probably use these for. Make it more of a wooden kind of color. A little lighter than that. And the interior, I mean, it's just a lot of tables and such, so it's just a big old seating area for people that are eating for Fried Fancies, so. Or somewhere else, you know, it doesn't have to be Fried Fancies, but. I love that it selected the roof, even though I was nowhere near it. Alright, we got a lot more references of this building already, but we're gonna just continue here. not to be rude or anything, but this phase looks like it could take 2 or 5 days to work on this non-stop. But why should I be talking? I'm not working on this. I don't think it'll be that long. It just depends on how productive I am. This and lumber camp's the two biggest areas. We really don't have that much. After this, we have to do lumber camp. However, lumber camp's not going to take that long. I say that, and then watch me get into later of the stream and be like struggling on lumber camp. That's probably going to happen, but no. No, this seating area isn't going to take that crazy long either, I don't think, because it's just a big cover piece like this, and yeah, we're just going to go from there. Big old cover piece like this. I'm actually going to change the color of these. Do that same kind of colored brown. Copy this over to the other side. Looks pretty good. I mean, you could be completely right, but like, we're at the bottom of the hill now, and we've got all this done, and yeah, lumber camp and this is the biggest parts that we have left, right? Then the saloon, and then Hugo's will be pretty quick, and then fire in the hole. Fire in the hole shouldn't take that long, because I'm just doing the exterior, and the rest of the building is just blank, so really just the front facades, and then I just got to put a big old fence up in front of it, because it's not in operation, so... No, you could be very well right. I always feel like I'm always underestimating how long it will take. But, yeah. Gotta put in a skunk burning around their tables. It's always there in the summer night. Oh yeah, there's always skunks in this area. Always a ton of skunks in this area. We like to call them Pepe. That's literally what we call them. And if we need someone to take care of them, we usually are just like, hey, we call and go, hey, Pepe's out again. It's pretty funny. There you go. Don't do that. Alright, we're gonna split this from the building and get it in the spot we need it in. So you can see the floor plan where this is. It's kind of like splitting here. I think they're still kind of connected. Do 2 pieces there. And it kind of uses like the same kind of thing, right? So there's a lot of food in that area. There really is. There's a lot of food places, and that's what's really taking the longest is all these food spots. They are great though. A lot of restaurants. A lot of food options over here. And each restaurant takes a little bit to put together. Doesn't it? Yeah. If we can get through this in Lumber Camp though, I think we'll be golden. Lumber Camp burgers are pretty good. I like the Wildfire burger a lot. And I don't do spicy very often. It's not like crazy spicy, but it's pretty good. Really solid. That's the yellow color. We need the what color did I make this? And did I not save it? Right there. No, we were right. We were right. Did I color that wrong? I probably did. Yep, I colored that wrong. It's kind of hard to see over here because it's so dark. My bad. Oh man, I gotta select these with the roofing. Not gonna be too hard though, because we can just do it like that. There we go. We're gonna do this side too. I'm a professional selector. See, I think this goes lower down, but it's so high up. I got more references like down below. I guess it is pretty high up. Yeah, it stays about the same height, roughly. It is indeed that high. I guess that does go down a little bit lower, about halfway of the other building. Yeah, I probably need to adjust that. We'll adjust that after I place these beams in. Maybe they're just having a hard time finding the cinnamon bread. A lot of other places. My favorite part of going to any park, stopping by 3 food places back for lunch, so I can get a foot-long corn dog, mini funnel cake, the seasoned chips, and chicken fajita all in one location. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Don't, as long as you're not doing that every day. Yeah, I'd say this is actually gonna be, yeah, that's more accurate. This needs to be like lower, like that. Much more accurate. I don't know why I held these the seating area off so long. I really didn't need to, because it's not that crazy hard. For some reason I thought it was gonna be kind of a pain, but it really isn't. It's just really not. Really simple. And I think the pathing will be fairly simple still too. So these are the, I think that's about the main parts of it. Yeah. These are the main covers for it, and that's about mainly it. And then we just got to do the levels, because there's like levels here that make these up. We're gonna cheat here just a little bit. We're gonna steal these, split from building, and then let's area to building. Since I had to make them separate. Now, I do have a shot of this side too, so we'll get that in there. Crazy how fast the off-season went? Absolutely. It flies by, man. Like, less than 2 weeks to go. And we'll be back at it. I got this weekend, and then I'm training all next week, so I gotta get all my re-signs in. I don't have to do it all at once, but I'm gonna do as much as I can. Alright, let's come kind of get the terrain prepped here. Get all this prepped before we start putting pathways into it. This is all going to be over here. And needs to be as close to here as possible. I can adjust this pathway, no problem. And then the bottom level is going to be down here. They're at different levels. So we'll try and level that out. And then we have the waterfall, which will be right here. Pretty cool. Waterfall will be right there. That should line up pretty good. Let's get these pathways in. Get started. These will all be seating areas. I need to figure out what I want to do here. If I just want to pull this over out of the way, that would be a pretty skinny path at that point. If it'll even let me. Yeah. But it will allow us to do what we need to do. Intersecting terrain. Yeah, click suspended fixes everything. Obviously, this is kind of a mess right here that we kind of got to go in and fix, but nothing we can't handle. Give us the too steep error. It's because it keeps trying to snap to that. Gosh. I hate when it thinks it needs to snap to everything. Like, you don't have to snap to everything. Stop trying to snap to everything that you come near. It wants to snap to that pathway so bad. Only had one big winter storm. You're kind of sad. Yeah, we only really had one. It's been pretty warm lately too. Been a little too nice out. Alright, we're just gonna go ground. I think ground keeps it level. At the very least, which is what we want. And then there's a stairway that connects both of these. Now, will Planet Coaster allow it? Is it gonna be too steep, is the question. Basically, the easiest way to do this is we're just gonna push the terrain all the way back out of the way here. Even if it doesn't look good right now, like that doesn't matter at this point. We just need to make this as possible. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was going to be too steep. I knew it was going to make that. That was going to be too steep. However, we can go about steep right there. That is going to be the best we can do, but it still doesn't do it because this is still Let's delete this now and try again. Alright, that is good. It's acceptable, apparently. Now, obviously, the stairway's a little bit too wide there. So we need to shrink it down. At least, why does it want to stay connected to that corner so bad? Alright, now that we got that... Oh, that's trying to die on me. I have had it on all day. Plug it in. Alright, now hopefully it won't be too much of an ask to connect some of these together. So we're going to take this again, get rid of what it created there. Because we need to put pathing up against that as well. And we're going to take all of this and shrink it up to here also. There we go. That will be good, and everything's going according to plan so far. So far. Yep, you're not the first one to say that, Jake. Everyone knows about Pepe, our little skunk friends over here. I think there's a little bit of a seating area right outside that's exposed, that's not covered over here. Can't remember, but I do have reference photos that should be able to show me. I think... Yeah, there's definitely a little bit out there. Not much, but I don't think there's much, but there is like a spot out here where you can sit. Out of my way. Out of my way, terrain. There's a new sheriff in town. Okay, and then there's a big opening up here, and then there's some more seating just on the outside sections here. Train's gonna be dumb. It's gonna be dumb trying to... The terrain doesn't work. Like, come on. Where's the issue here? I don't see it. It works if we do suspended, but it does this weird thing. Like that. Alright, that's good. We do have a path that goes around here and then actually connects up to here, which is going to be fun to create. Hopefully it won't be too hard. Soft resetting for Shiny Squirtle. Oh no, good luck. You know, when I was a kid, I never actually encountered a shiny Pokemon in those classic games. Not once did I ever experience one of them at all. Not one. Alright, get that all blended together. That path's probably smaller in real life a little bit. Took like 800 tries, jeez. I man, for the people that can do that, man. Just for a shiny. I do hope it's worth it. Because that's some crazy commitment. Very much a lot of commitment. Alright, let's see what these look like on the inside. I know I got some inside shots somewhere. There they go. There they are. It's actually kind of hard to see. I think it's just like concrete. I want to say like concrete, but we'll do it. Well, we're just gonna go plaster walls. Tuning in. Hey, welcome. Thank you guys so much for being here. By the way, I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. Fight against that YouTube algorithm. Keep it going. We must fight against it. Remain relevant. Alright, so we gotta get this all purdied up here. I don't care if it's like 100% perfect, but we're gonna try and make it look good. Dude, that's not completely straight, but that's okay. We can fix that. No problem. Very easy to fix in Planet Coaster 2. And we just got to get the terrain out of here. So, easy way to do that is go to the edit tool, and we're just gonna push this pathway till you can't see it coming through. Just like that. And we'll have to get all the stuff in here. I don't know if we should make this an actual restaurant, or how should we play this, you know? Not entirely sure what we should do. I mean, I guess they'll accurately use the benches a little bit if we played it right, so... Okay. Where are the other ones? There, not that one, not that one. They like to put them at the beginning usually. But I'm not seeing them for this one. What is it called? Wood plank. Pipe or wood plank wall. There it is. Select all that. Alright, That's an easy fix. Just select that and pull it in. Like so. And we got our stairway. I wish you could make steeper stairs in Planet Coaster. Like... Because in real life, it's a lot shorter. And it would be able to almost do that, but like... It's just like, it's definitely would be possible. That's for sure, but like... You can't make it too steep in Planet Coaster, so it kind of throws off stuff quite a bit sometimes, so... Makes me wonder what I should do. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing awesome. We're doing our best to try and get to the next phase. But over 20 viewers in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate you. I really do hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Even though it is a little bit of a tedious thing going on here. Not the most exciting stuff. I know we're not into the rides yet, but we gotta make all this look pretty and look accurate and at least look nice, you know? Hey, what's up, Donovan? Welcome. Good to see you. We're gonna put the extra posts in a little bit, and then we can just copy this over to the other side. And easy peasy. Oh gosh, we're pushing 3 hours on the live stream already. That's crazy. That is bananas. Can you believe tomorrow's March? Like, this is bananas. Absolutely crazy. Tomorrow's March. Alright, beautiful. Let's see if we can get all this selected without any huge problems. Okay, we don't need those, and we don't need these planks. And that should be good, and then we can just slide it on over. Nice. You officially work at Powder Keg and you start Monday? I'm gonna be there Monday. Are you pulling my leg, or are you actually going to be there? I know we got a few new hires for Powder Keg. And I know I heard someone was like a coaster enthusiast. I was very excited. Kind of very coaster enthusiast-like. According to my boss, because she tells me all these things. But are you actually? I mean, it's accurate because we do start training Monday at Powder Keg, so it sounds legit to me so far. I probably should have just done this texture. I just realized that. Should I delete the other one? Probably should. I'm not double layering it for no reason. Because the wood's gonna look a lot better, and I think it's actually wood anyways, so. If you can give me your first name, I can tell you if you're actually legit. I can tell if you tell me your first name. Because I know the names of the people that are starting. Or the new hires, so. And fun fact, if it's true, you might be getting trained by me. If so, that's awesome, because I'm very excited for Powder Keg. Because that means I'm your boss. I legit will be your boss, and I'd be working with you. Because Powder Keg I'm over Powder Keg, so. Powder Keg and Outlaw, so. If that's the case, it sounds pretty exciting. No. Said we'd get along great. Oh yeah, she told me all about it. And she knows I have a YouTube channel too, so like that could have been a talking point as well. Why is this diagonal? This has no business being diagonal. Alright, does that work? Get that out of there. Get that terrain out of there. Another reason why I don't think you're pulling my leg is because you did say she. Because Audrey is our supervisor is Audrey, so. Why is this all funky, man? We're all good. Name on file is Adam. Yep, I know we were getting an Adam. Go by my middle name, which is Cole. So, yeah, I heard we were getting an Adam. So you legit are gonna be there. That's awesome. I know you're not pulling my leg because you answered everything perfectly, or like you said everything perfectly. So you're definitely not pulling my leg. You are working there. Yep, Adam. Sweet. I was gonna say, I heard we had an Adam and a Luke coming to Powder Keg, so as the two new hires, so I'll probably see you on Monday. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun for everyone. I hope you enjoy it because it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's serious work, but it's also really fun as well. Well, that's so cool. I'm happy for you. I hope you enjoy the job. And I need a really strong team at Powder Keg. Powder Keg has struggled in the years, just in general, when it comes to team. So, we've had so many good employees, but it's been such a challenge at Powder Keg to get like the right team together. and we need a really strong team this year. So I'm really excited. And we just got a new lead. Her name's Tiffany, and she is fantastic. I got very high hopes. Tiffany is like, she's strict when she needs to be, but also a really fun person to be around at the same time. So like, it's a perfect balance. We got a really good balance there. She's very direct. She's gonna correct stuff immediately, which is all good traits, you know, for a lead to have. So I'm excited for her to be on board. So I've been in talking with her a lot. She came from Expo, which is one of the hardest lead positions to do, is Grand Exposition, because there's a lot going on there. So I think she'll have no problem handling Powder Keg. But I'm so excited for this year. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a grand time. How do we do this? Do I blend this out, or do I put something there? I'm not sure how it is in real life. I don't think it's really that close, but that's okay. But this was looking pretty accurately good so far, so pretty confident that it is pretty good. You weren't joking that, like, this might take more than 5 days. This might take 5 days, and I'm just like, yeah. But then I'm spending hours upon hours on one spot, and it's like, okay, maybe you got a point there, but I'm still gonna try. Okay, actually, we delete that one, and we put more path here, because that's way too skinny. And we try to blend this path together here. Yeah. Heck yeah. Alright, and let's blend that kind of together there, and drainage starting to come together. Starting to come together. Alright, the inside of the roofs kind of look a little rough. Gonna have to touch up on those. And we also need to make some railings here, too. Which I'm going to do the same style of railing that we did here. Also, right here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, thankfully, no diagonal path. It's always a good sign. Check our messages. Okay. Hey, he did send me something. I'd like to respond to that at some point. But like, so you're asking me how much I would pay for something like that. Gotcha. But sorry, not trying to speak stuff out loud or personal messages, but visit the park often, several times a year. Can't wait to get to meet you. I've watched your channel since like 2017, so I've been around a while. Sweet. Have we ever actually talked or interacted with each other? Just out of curiosity, like, have you ever actually said hi to me or have seen me on Park? I don't know if you've actually seen me. I'm sure you probably have. This is a listing in the Charlotte area, so I'm wondering if it's worth the money. How do you know how much it's listed for, Fluffy? Just curious, because it does have a 5090 in it. Whew, that is hefty. Ryzen 7 9800X 3D, RAM, Patriot Viper, 32, 64 gigabytes. Yeah, this is very high end. Stuff gaming, Wi-Fi. Has a CPU cooler, fans. I mean, spec-wise, it's fantastic. For sure. 4 terabytes. 2 terabyte monitor. So there's a monitor as well, so. That is a lot. There's no way that's $130. There's no way they're selling that for $130. And if so, I'd be very careful with that because that could be scam territory. No way they're selling that for $130. Unless you're trying to say 1,300, but that still would be kind of a low price for that system. I would say that system's more on the range of like between 2,000 and 3,000. So gotta find it again first. Yeah, that system is probably worth, I'd say, closer to 2,500, just off the top of my head. I don't know exactly. Because it's got a 5090 in it. A lot of RAM. It definitely can. That definitely can run everything. 100%. You'd have no problem running any of that. Like that's like top of the line right there. Completely top of the line. I say that would probably be worth or close to $2,500, if not more. If I had to put money on it, like how much that PC would cost. Maybe even close to 3K. Of course, I had to ruin everything and do that. It's coming together. That looks quite nice, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. It is nothing too crazy, but I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, I'm trying to get a look at these tables. Let's see what tables we can do that resemble it the most. I try to do as much functionality as I can with a lot of this. If I apply for a write-up at SDC in July when I'm 16, what are the chances I get hired? Probably 100% pretty much. You'd be in the busiest part, one of the busiest parts of the year. Yeah, you get hired pretty quick, pretty easily. Your chances are pretty much 100%. You would get hired. Like, easily. I'm not kidding, like that. It's not hard to get hired at Silver Dollar City. You don't need any experience with anything. This spot is obstructed. Oh yeah? Now there's actual like tables out here, but we're gonna use these benches just because they're the kind of easiest that work here. Because again, I do want all of this stuff to be functional. Honestly, it's kind of a fair drive for me. I've always wanted to work at SDC, and I've always hated my jobs and worked around awful people. Well, you're gonna get to work around me, so... Not to say that we don't have certain people that can be kind of rough to work with, but you're always gonna have that at every job. But I'm pretty excited for this season. We got some pretty strong teams this year, and I'm pretty excited to see where it goes. About an hour? That's a pretty rough drive, but, I mean, if you enjoy what you do, I mean, it could be worth it. You're gonna have to get up pretty early, though. So, as long as that doesn't bother you, I mean, yeah, go for it. Yeah, I know people that drive even further than Springfield. Like, I know there's people, like, from Republic that work here, or work at Silver Dollar City. Like, just, like, crazy amounts. Ah, so you're around the Arkansas area, gotcha. Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas. Hey, as long as you're on time, man. One thing I can't stand is when people aren't on time. Because that's one thing that can legit cause the ride not to be open on time, is lack of staff is not fun. When you have a lot of guests that want to ride, and the reason why we're not open is because someone hasn't shown up yet. Guests don't like that very much. So as long as you show up on time, ready to work, in proper attire, everything will be great. I haven't figured out how I want to do this. I feel like maybe the best solution. Let's just try and see if we can blend this together. I don't know if we're going to be able to. It's a little too steep. Yeah, it's going to be too steep for it. Can we pull it down? Nope. The only way I can... Let's just see. We can undo if needed, but let's try and... Just gonna do that. It should... There's really not like a elevation change like that, so... The only other option is to like delete this and like kind of level it out, but... Let's move this out of the way. We're just gonna try... See what we can do here. intersecting terrain. What if we did suspended? Did something like that, and then connected that together. That's kind of what I was looking at, is doing something like that. Let's see if we can expand this to the wall. Now, this isn't accurate, but if we can get it to work, too steep. Sometimes I just wish it would work. Sometimes just inching this closer and closer can help, but if we pulled this back a bit, we might be able to make it where it's not too steep. For some reason that works right there. Oh. That's closer. That's too steep. Alright, let's pull this one back further this way. That gives us a little bit more space. We're so close. We're able to go a little further. We're gonna make that work. My last job, I was working about 70, 80 hours a week, never late though. That's pretty awesome. Glad you were never late. That's what I love to hear the most. Met you in the park, but it was the most embarrassing thing ever. Oh. I've had some awkward encounters. I think the biggest thing is just like when people expect me to know who they are, even though I haven't seen them in person before, like seen their face before. And I'm like, I'm gonna need you to, like, at least give me a username or something. And then I do have some days where I'm not feeling it. And I'm just like, I probably seem like mad about something. I've had that happen too, which I try not to have happen, but it does happen sometimes. I didn't like say hello because I didn't realize at first who you were, but I was at the giant barn swing and I was on the wrong number stop because the letters were upside down and I forgot the fact. Someone is trading an unopened, unused PS5 for older consoles devices. I have multiple of those and not working though, and it's time for a trade. Let's make a deal. Fluffy's just like, I'm here to about here to make a deal. Okay, this is looking pretty solid. Delete those. I don't know what was with the camera zoom out there, bruh. Chill out. Oh, man. Yeah, I look forward to meeting you on Monday, though. As long as you're a good worker and show up to work on time, do your job, and be safe, you know, we'll get along really well. I'm pretty easy to get along with. Like, Work Joe is a little bit different than YouTube Joe, but for the most part, I'm me. For the most part. How about we get a little bit started on the one, the only lumber camp. Let's see, I'll find my reference photos of lumber camp. It's the first ones I took. Alright, that's the side building. That's going to be so simple. Pretty easy, if you ask me. I do have a reference of the skillet place now, as well. So that'll be easy, but we're going to get started on lumber camp. I'm going to start with the roofing here, just so we can kind of get a little bit shaping ready. The hiring team nice, or like the interviewers? I mean, yeah, you usually end up with like... Sometimes you have 2 interviews, like you'll have your first general interview, and then the second interview is like with the immediate supervisor of the ride that you're applying for. And in my opinion, I have the best supervisor, who is over Outlaw Run, Powder Keg, Barn Swing, and Grand Exposition. Her name's Audrey, she's the best. She's got that perfect blend of, like, knowing when to be serious, but also, like, getting stuff done, knowing when to be serious, but also is really good at just having those tough conversations and when she needs to. And also making sure her teams are, you know, where they need to be. Super, super nice. Are you going to make American Pledge how it was before, or the new coaster construction, or how it looks now with all the foliage is gone? We're going to make all the foliage gone. Foliage gone. We're going to make it as it is today, as I'm currently building it, and then if I need to update it with how it looks later on, we will. But yeah, we're going to make it as accurate as possible. For sure. Alright, we need to push this a little bit further over here. Let me make sure that walkway basically is at the end of the skillet place. That's to be expected, right? I'm not worried about anything. The hiring team is very nice. At least they were from my experience. Good to hear. I haven't been a part of that since 2013, so my experience was interesting. It was fine back then, so... But again, that was quite some time ago. Alright, we do have to make another elevated path, and this is going to be another seating area back here also as well. So I think I got pictures of the backside also. Over by the waterfall. I love that my friend Tyler was like purposely photobombing some of these photos. It was funny. He was just walking in front of my camera. It was great. He works at Expo. I do hope they replant some vegetation. Yeah, that'd be great. I would hope so too, but I'm not sure. They will or not. But I will remain hopeful that they will. Alright, let's see if we can see. I know Lumber Camp we couldn't really see much of anything, but let's see if we can see anything here on the location that this would be in. Oh yeah, they removed even more trees around Outlaw this off-season, so it's even more bare now, by the way. They removed even more. Yeah, they like completely got rid of everything. They want a 0% risk of trees falling on the track whatsoever, because it's been an issue somewhat in the past that they've had to deal with, so nothing's ever happened, but it's something they want to just avoid or prevent, you know, which I understand, but at the same time, do you have to remove so many? Seems a little excessive how many they're removing. What do I think the new ride's gonna be? I may or may not have seen some blueprints, so not saying anything, but no, I know who the manufacturer is. I've got a little bit of insight. I don't know, like yes, I've seen a blueprint, but I don't know everything, you know. And I'd imagine we'll probably start seeing some coaster track pretty soon. Hopefully. I'm not official news, exactly. I'm just Mr. Speculation over here. That knows some people. If that makes sense. Now, they were pouring more footers the other day when I was there. Again, the launch for Powder Keg, the observation area is gone. They removed all that path. Can't go back there anymore. They have it blocked off. Just right past the photo booth, like, they have it blocked right there. Like, you can't go any further than the spike. Getting a lot of progress. We actually have, Silas. Yes, we have. We connected back here and kind of got a little early start on the plunge observation area. I'm not going to do all that. I just wanted to get some of the pathing together there. And we got this little booth in here. Got this connected. We got these paths starting to connect towards where Midtown's going to be. And now we're working we got the seating area over here for Fried Fancies. That's what we just was working on, and now we're starting on Lumber Camp, so yeah, I'd imagine that's only gonna be for this year though, because they have to redo all the pathing back there with what they're doing, so it's only gonna be for this season. So even though you can't go back there, you're gonna be able to see everything on the construction site overall. But yeah, we got a lot done, Silas. I'm like, I don't know what time it is, but like, what is it, 9:13? Not too bad. Like, if I get Lumber Camp done here, and kind of this area kind of complete, I might kind of push to getting this done tonight. Because then all that's left is finishing the saloon, Hugo's, and Fire in the Hole. OG Fire in the Hole. And I'm just doing the exterior of that, so. And Phase 3 will be pretty much done. I still need to probably do a little bit more detail on Wagon Works, but there's some details that I'm going to come back to at a later day. If we have the time frame, if I'm able to. I got stuff outside of Planet Coaster sometimes that come up, so I do have a wife and everything, and what she says goes sometimes. No, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna push for it, but that's still quite a bit of work. But really, we just need to get Lumber Camp here kind of going. It's like, this is the last major building that's like, last major obstacle here is Lumber Camp. So, and it's a fairly simple building, you know? You're gonna guess that it's Vekoma. I wish we had a Vekoma. And fix the path with the weird line thing going on. Oh yeah, I gotta do all the line thing again. I kind of like just want to deal with that later. To be honest. Yeah, it does that weird thing. 24-hour LSU, let's go. I never said that. Wait, is there a gap over here? No? Then why did it end up in a different spot on the other side? Why is it going down? Why are you traveling downwards? I don't know. Oh, that's gonna be... Oh, it actually was not a pain to select. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess I gotta kind of do the waterfall too. I don't know if I completely make that part of this phase. Is it even gonna be around much longer in real life? I don't know. I don't know, I just work here. Yeah, there's a tiny, tiny little walkway coming across there, so if we go here, go to wood and find the right pieces. Could just use non-gridded piece. That's probably gonna be the easiest and quickest way. Found a roller coaster on Facebook Marketplace for $3,000. Okay. It looks pretty solid. If you say so. Okay, these actually don't really exist too much. It's actually like a railing. I'm looking at it. So we'll do that. It's not too far elevated off the ground right here, so. Backyard coaster, but it looks like a Mark Rober coaster layout, one from his video. Alright, we're gonna go suspended wooden supports. Obviously. Wonder if we can make these into stairs. Can I make it happen? Yes, we can! I don't know why I got so excited for that, but I did. I don't know why we have to move this over here. Oh, that's... Okay, I gotta get it to the correct height. Alright, that should be the correct height. Just line that up perfectly. There we go. What are we brewing? The company that made the... And they said their coaster would be the price of a luxury pool. A luxury pool. It's the actual coaster, that's why it looks like it. Sweetness. That, I suppose is pretty cool. was that? Is that you, Kylo? Can't tell. You must have twitched and moved everything. Said they would transport it. I don't have any yard. I actually have a lot next to me that my landlord owns that could probably fit a coaster in it. Not gonna lie. That would be cool. Put it in your house. Customers by the hospitality house are awesome. Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. This isn't recolorable, right? That'd be a shame because that one would actually be pretty good right there. But we'll just use these instead. For our live stream. I think the last one we did was in person. I did one last off season. It was spontaneous too. I wasn't like expecting to do it. It was when we were snowed in. Like we had a snowstorm, and I started a stream and it was meant to be a pretty long stream, and then I told everyone, like, hey, I'll make this a 24-hour live stream if I don't get too tired, which I didn't, and it ended up being 24 hours. So that was pretty fun. Stylish Joe and Fluffy 24-hour live stream. Oh, gosh. That would be a crazy, pretty crazy stream. No. No way. Gosh dang it. Angle snap on. When did I say March 28th? I don't remember this. I don't even think I'll be able to do that because of work. Of course, I don't know what day of the week that is, but bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I feel like I made this a little bit too high, but at least it feels like I did. So let's fix that. Oh my gosh, what are we doing? Now that's more like it. that up. Silas has no idea about it. I believe it. Nice. Forget the path that brings it all together. Oh, was someone selling a trolley in Charlotte? Wrong one, wrong one. We're somehow gonna have to build that as well. Oh gosh. Suspended. Alright, now that I can actually see the path. We gotta get this started. Now let's see how fun this is gonna be. To get this to the ground, it's gonna have to at least be that long. Yikes, okay. But since this is should be smaller, we can push this back to be smaller, which will give us a little bit more wiggle room. Wiggle, wiggle. To about there. We can always push this a little bit further if we need to. Most likely. For chance. We also need to make this smaller as well. Nice. Can you buy a fire truck for 9K? I don't know. I mean, why are you asking me like I'm your parent? I don't control your money. It's your money, not mine. Where's the good side shot of it? I just had it up earlier. Where are all my reference photos? It's probably at the beginning. Yeah, there it is. You can control the wee-woos. I'm all for you controlling the wee-woos. Only problem is this should be, like, actually right here, but the problem is we don't exactly have steep stairs in Planet Coaster, so it's not a thing. So, yeah. Alright, here's a good shot of the skillet place. I still have to add one more piece on the side here. How am I gonna do this? I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Is there a flat piece? I'm not actually seeing one. standing up, so I can't see anything now. Would you? This is how much space I'm working with. None at all. How am I supposed to squeeze this in here? Still have a pathway. Those, of course you are. This is where it gets difficult. See, I wasn't accounting for an issue like this. Yeah, if I finish it, I will upload the new version, or update the file. But it just depends if I can figure stuff out, because I'm running into some slight problems. Pathways, so that makes it like, I was just thinking like maybe I can just push it further this way a bit more, but that's still gonna be tough to overcome. Would you take Thunderhead over Mystic Timbers? That's a tough one. I love both of them a ton, so that one's a really tough one. I'd probably have Mystic Timbers just very slightly in front of Thunderhead. Not by much, but just slightly. So, but it's so close. Like a really tough one for me though. That would be a very tough decision. But like I think just slightly that Mystic Timbers gets the edge there, but theming's really good on it. Stuff like that. You can see I have some space to work with now. If we just cut that. Kind of a hard thing to do, but honestly, it might be our best bet. That's Oh no, it's gonna do the line thing, isn't it? How much you wanna bet it's gonna do the line thing? Placey bets. It's gonna create the lines. So inconsistent. It's not doing it. It's not doing it now. So... if you don't do it now, then why do it before? What is causing it to do it? I don't know. I might never know. The best GCIs out of the ones I've read in Thunderhead is probably number 3 behind Prowler and Mystic Timbers. Yeah, but it's definitely, they're definitely both up there. For sure. 100%. Terrain is very tough sledding here. I don't even know what's going on. Go with like ground here. Like I don't even know what it's doing. Like I don't know why I did the flatten, but it's still kind of weird right here. Even with flattening it. As if it doesn't want to flatten certain spots. It must be on completely different levels. That worked, but... allows us to go to facilities, and honestly, Chief Beef is probably going to be our best bet here. Yeah, I didn't think it would work right there due to the terrain. We can put it right there, though. That works. We made it work. What's going on? Are there inaccuracies? Yes, but I'm trying to get it to work with Planet Coaster more than anything. That's kind of like our deal right now. Just getting it to work with Planko. Da, 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 da. Signs. Game signs. We're working really hard, man. Want to get this done so bad so we can move on to the actual rides. Lumber Camp Falls Skillets. Wrong thing. Bum 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 ba da dum. Okay. That is that. Okay, we might did there slightly. Getting it started is always the toughest part. Top part, that. Go into here, basically we just need to why is it not at the right angle? What is this doing, man? Give me that true steep stuff. I'm not going to take that. We'll make this part of the building since we didn't already. Go slightly. Oh, diagonal. Why is there an extra piece? Not part of the building, right? Oh my gosh, just select it. Up, that's good there. This. There we go. Alright, finally. The other side. Of course, the weird. Sweet. Hopefully, by the time I'm done with this, we'll get the scenario editor back. That would be fun. And then I would make this into a scenario. And then give it like challenges and such. Make a storyline that you're taking over the owner has Silver Dollar City, and you gotta go in and make some changes. Or, you know, not really make changes, but go in and do some stuff. Copy these up. We'll do that. This at the bottom. And need here. In between there. Here. Keep going back and forth between a lot of stuff. Alright, we're pushing 4 hours on the live stream. How's everyone holding up? Everyone holding up okay. I'm trying to do as much detailing as I can here. Remember when I said lumber camp's not gonna take that long? I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's taking long. That's crazy. But I am taking my time a little bit on it. There is a little bit of a pathway here. I don't know if I need to make it functional, so I probably will just put platforms in here. Which will probably be the easiest, honestly. So if I just go to plaster, this is going to be, because it's just employee, like an employee thing. So, like, I really don't need a real path here. We're just going to make it a platform. Here. Down like so. Really all we need to do. And then obviously give it a base part. leads to the kitchen of Camp Building. Came back after watching a hockey game on your computer. Welcome back. Hey Train, how you doing? We're still here. So far. There's a perfect door for this. Fine. This is like almost like the perfect door for this. Like it looks exactly right. I think it does. Alright. Got the side of that going. Right. There we go. Eat it. Better than my first try. I don't even think I did Lumber Camp in Planet Coaster 1. I don't think I did. But after this, we have to do the front of the building. little section up here where you can eat as well. There's lots of tables up here and everything. That's kind of where that goes up to. What that's all about. That when I don't want you to. Ooh. Alright, so I haven't put anything here, so we could make this an official restaurant. Official. Fried Fancies. I don't know what else I would put in here besides like cheap beef, honestly. Like it's just gotta be a cheap beef. Imagine that, it's too steep. Even though it's not steep at all. Tell me how that is too steep. I don't know.
Tasty.
That time. Pads. Not cross. I don't know what pads are crossing, but it is a path right here, but I put a Viva La Vegan in there just so it's kind of even. I'm actually going to copy this color, so that color in. Cool. Now and then we can do the non-gridded piece. Sorry if I'm not talking a lot. I'm like focused on trying to get a lot of this done. I really want to get it done. Now another option, instead of a cheap beef, why don't we actually put in a restaurant here? We'll also put the Viva La Vegan in there. Cool, and we're gonna select it. And connect our tables. I don't know if we'll have the ability to connect all these because we can only do up to 20, but we're already up to 16. 19. But that's alright. They don't have to all be connected. I don't want to look at these ones. Too far from kitchen. Fried fancies. We actually have these now functional, and we're finished all my schoolwork for this week. Let's go. Nice. Okay. I know I want to push for finishing tonight, but whew, that's a lot. You know, like, it's hard not to get burnt out on these things. You know what I mean? So I wanna try and push for them. Getting later and later, so it's like trying to become a little bit more difficult. Go along here. That was the last picture I took. Gotcha. I took a picture of that at some point. I need to find the front photo of the lumber camp again. References. Even though, like, here, like, we still have stuff here that we can do. I know we're gonna end up, like, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm finished, and then I'm gonna be like, ooh. Now, I'll go as long as I can, but, like, I still got tomorrow too, so, like, but I want to get as much done as I can tonight. I'm just very pumped, very excited to get to get to the actual fun stuff. You know what I mean? I want to get to the rides. I want to get to the next phase. So bad. Like, I gotta keep going. We've accomplished so much in these last few days, though, like, so I gotta be proud of myself of how much I've gotten done in these last few days. It's been a lot. It is progress. Done. I'll go as long as I can, but I don't want to overdo it. Want to at least get the shape down. Cool. The building can be in place at all time. There, and those in. Oh yeah. Didn't get like a great photo of like front. I haven't really gotten a photo of like in the front where the stuff happens. Not much to it really, but it's still. I did not do it. I meant to do some move. Move that sucker out. A little boost where you order, and then you actually have the real stuff down here. Is what we're going to try and in here right now. There's your facilities, another restaurant. How many restaurants we got? Get all this covered up. We're gonna probably have to use like natural paths for this eating area. That'll be fun. That's a building right there. Yeah. Building. That we got. There is a terrain change here. For life. That's okay. Then we have the little booths where they technically take your order. We're at almost 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming right now. Man. And we are fairly close. I feel like I can do it tomorrow. I feel like we can finish tomorrow. So close. Like, we got so much done today. I feel pretty confident. And as long as I have some time tomorrow, not trying to burn myself out, so we're gonna probably call it good there for now. Finish up lumber camp tomorrow. We just got to do like the seating area, which I don't really feel like doing right now, so I have to do a lot of invisible paths and then put the... It wouldn't be too hard, but like, still got to do those the booths where you order as well. Just a couple of stuff that I'm not feeling up to doing right now, so we're gonna probably cut that for now. But I'm feeling pretty confident because we got the building in place, we got everything kind of shaped up and everything, and if we go here, like, whoop, like look at this. Things are coming together. Like, we have basically Hill Street kind of coming together here. You know what I'm saying? Furniture restored. We probably still need to detail that a little bit more. We got all this ready now. Got the skillets. It's looking so good. Now lumber camp is officially coming together. How cool does that look? I'm pretty happy with the progress we've done too. Pretty happy. Are there inaccuracies? Yeah, sure. That's alright. Just makes it a little bit more of my own, you know? But the side of this building turned out pretty good. Not gonna lie. And the fact that we're making a lot of stuff more functional now is also a good thing. I know I know there's a lot of stuff that's inaccurate, but I think that's besides the point. But like we're making good progress, and I think it still resembles Sword Art City really well. So I'm not too worried about that. I think we've made some good progress. It looks great. It's looking pretty accurate. Even though there's some inaccuracies, I think it's looking pretty accurate. Even with the inaccuracies, it's looking pretty accurate. I need to make the fried fancy sign still. That's something I need to do. But before you know it, we're gonna be on to doing Wildfire and American Plunge and Powder Keg. Those 3 rides are in our near future. They're gonna be the best recreation anyone ever does. I know, and I'm feeling pretty confident that I'm making a lot of progress compared to Planet Coaster 1. And again, if I can just stay consistently working on it, like I have been, I feel like I can finish this time. And I think doing it in phases like this really does make a difference, because like I'm working on each area at a time, and I don't move on until I'm at least satisfied with how finished it is. Because, yeah, there's still stuff I could probably tweak on stuff we've already done, like the entrance. I think I still have a few things, but we'll definitely go back and make some finishing touches at some point. And like Wagon Works still needs a lot of work, but I still might kind of move on anyways. Have fun building by Wildfire and then having to redo that whole area next year. I'm gonna keep it pretty open, honestly. Like, I'm gonna do Wildfire, but like, and if there's changes, obviously I will implement those for sure. But like, this all looks kind of pretty coherent and looking good. And then once we get all of this area done, we'll have like, oh, that left side, and then we'll start moving this way, and you'll just start to see the park come together. It's gonna be great. The audio still playing over here by Fire in the Hole. By the way, Silas, we got the cue line music. Casey and the Attaboys. I don't know if those are, again, copyrighted. I'm sure they are, especially Ring of Fire when it starts playing. So, don't want to do that. When cave? That's a good question. The cave's probably going to be like a much later date. But hey, we got the entrance to it, so. And your sign's still there. Yeah, I'm very satisfied with how much we got done today, and all the tweaking that we're gonna do will be done. So yeah, looking great, looking great. But yeah, once we start getting into the coasters and such, I'm gonna be pretty hyped. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Is it bad that I'm actually pretty excited to try and do Powder Keg and really get it going? I'm excited for Powder Keg. I think it's gonna turn out cool. We did make lots of progress today. I wanted to push forward and try and attempt to do more, but yeah, I think we got to tomorrow. We got a lot of time tomorrow, and I think I can push forward tomorrow. Like, we're at the bottom. Everything up here is almost pretty much done. I still need to work on Cowboy Jeps and the jewelry store, but that's beside the point. Those won't take too long. I said that about Lumber Camp too, but hey, we moved right along on Lumber Camp. Like, it didn't take too crazy long. We're still not done, but we still got some details here and there. And I still might do the area up here where you can eat as well, just slightly. I'm trying to mask as much as I can so I don't have to do interiors, so that's gonna be the point. I'm still very proud of this powder keg sign. I think it turned out really good. Of course, we got to finish the saloon. Yeah, all these shops are. I'm starting to get in the habit of making the shops actually active and ready to go, so they're actually real. So we're gonna start having guests walk down here. We do have some guests walking down here already, which is cool to see some foot traffic through here. It is cool to see some people walking around this area. I don't know if people have made it to this Wagon Works yet. It doesn't look like it. Is it connected? I think it is. Yeah, it's connected. It's connected. When we gonna be working on it? On what? Powder keg, or like, when are we gonna stream again? Because I'm gonna be working on powder keg. Powder keg's the next phase after this next one. So like, it's phase 5. We're on phase 3 and it's phase 5. Phase 4 is going to be Wildfire and American Plunge, which honestly I don't feel like rides are gonna take as long for some reason, because I don't have to build as many buildings at a time. For this phase, obviously we got to do the stations and queue lines, but like, it's not gonna be, yeah, we're probably gonna stream tomorrow because again, I'm off tomorrow. I got the weekend off, so I'm trying to stream each day though. Even if I have like training and stuff, I'll probably stream after those too. But like, those ride ones are gonna take a while. I'm gonna be taking a lot of time on those. But hopefully we can do a pretty long stream again tomorrow, and maybe even get into phase 4. Like, just because, you know, if we finish quick enough, like, I will probably, it's not stopping me from going into phase 4, honestly. So we can actually get started on it. And we're probably going to mostly work on the plunge to get started, just so we can work our way back to Wildfire, but can't wait to train in the pouring rain. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. So I wonder what's Powder Keg going to do. Powder Keg can't run in the rain, so this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm so happy how this is turning out, and I can't wait till we get more of the park done, because once we start getting more and more of the park done, it's just gonna look so good with everything done, you know? Because instead of like having stuff barely done at all, I'm gonna actually have like areas completely finished, you know what I mean? Areas are just gonna be completely finished. That's gonna be the cool part about it. This powder keg, into the Ozarks till the rails run red. Lose no time for dread. Gonna have a blast on this powder keg. I wonder if they're still gonna have this playing on the brake run this year. Need this game. Reminds me, Silas, I need to make your parts list. On this powder.
Keep your hands, arms, and feet inside the train at all times.
Hey, that area is restricted. You smell smoke. Blast on this powder keg, shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Please don't copyright me. Don't copyright me. Go at night.
The ball knobbers have set the whole town ablaze. Go!
Water Cake has a song? It does.
Patches, I'm gonna tan your hide.
Chickens.
Always happy chickens.
Valley, drop that dynamite or I'll have to shoot.
Go ahead, Marshal. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Ow!
Get after those ball knobbers and stop that fire.
Red Flanders, get back here and put on your pants.
I can't, Sadie. I ain't got no pants no more. The dang ball knobbers
Stole them.
Stole 'em. What in the city hell would they want with your pants?
They don't call me bugs for nothing. Don't worry. They don't bite.
Hey, Noah. We're actually about to head out. We got so much done. We're probably going to finish Hill Street tomorrow.
Lawnmowers are gonna blow up the bridge.
Get that crate over here.
Don't mess up my new pants.
Yeah, man.
Pack them bundles under the dresser.
Can't you even tie a ding dang knot?
Hurry.
What's the matter,
Bugs, you chicken.
Watch out, you dang fool. You're gonna fall. Now look at what you done. Uh-oh. I think I'm stuck. I can't reach.
Bridge ain't gonna hold.
Bugs and Patches, we foiled your plot, and now we're using your dynamite to
I'm
blow
gonna have
up the
to
water tower and put out the
climb
fire.
down on that.
Don't throw that switch. The train's coming that way.
Tower's gonna blow. Fire in the hole. Thank you, heroes. We couldn't have caught those good-for-nothing ball knobbers without you. Give yourselves a big old pat on the back. You deserve it. And it'll also
didn't
put
make
out
that the
any
lit up
stray
one.
sparks. So long.
I fell into ring of fire. I fell into burning ring. Anyways, real quick, Noah, I'll show you what you did. What we did. Basically, we did all this. I don't know how much you've missed. I can't remember when you left, but we got all this connected down here. We did this stand down here. We did all of that path, and we did all of these guys here, and we did lumber camp. Well, we started on lumber camp. Not completely finished yet, but got a good portion of lumber camp going, and we're almost done. So we're gonna come back tomorrow and hopefully finish phase 3. That's my hopes. I hope we're gonna finish on it. Hopefully finish phase 3 tomorrow, as long as I have the time and nothing pops up. So that's my goal, is to finish phase 3 tomorrow. I was gonna try and push through, maybe finish it tonight, but we're really close, so I think we'll have no problem finishing it tomorrow, if we go as long as we did today. So yeah, lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff. Made things a few more things functional, and then we can get on to American Plunge and Wildfire. So excited. The 3 hours I was gone. Yeah, I feel good about today. Feel good about today. I think what I need to do is, as I add more and more custom audio, I need to probably put it all in a folder and save it so I have all that music together. That way, once I do finally release the whole park, I can have all the custom files up for download for everyone that wants to download those. It'll be very, very nice. Yeah, I think we're done working on stuff for now. But we'll come back, hopefully tomorrow, and get it all finished. And maybe even start on Phase 4 tomorrow. It just depends on where we're at. You know, I'm very excited to get into it, so maybe potentially we get it started tomorrow. You know? Get the log flume. We gotta do the regular log flume for plunge. That's gonna be fun. All right. Hey. All right, guys. I'm going to end it here. So, thank you guys so much for watching. And make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. And I appreciate all you guys being here today. The support you guys have shown me has been incredible. You guys are just as excited as me, I hope, to get into the next stuff. So, yeah. Jim Owens float trip. Those are the good old days right there. But, alright, guys. I'm going to head out. So, for real, guys, make sure you have a great day and cooler tomorrow. I'll see you guys in the next live stream, hopefully tomorrow. If you guys, I don't really have a time frame. It's just when I have time in the day and when I'm, you know, available to. So, yep, we'll see you guys next time. Thanks, and goodbye.